check, check. Test, 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 test. Hey, check, 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 check. Cool.
Are you ready? You want it again or? Okay. Again, we'd like to welcome you all to the Macintosh Residential School gathering here, taking place at the hotel. I forget the name of this hotel. I've been in so many hotels, it's not even funny. I just started to get my clothes back. Thank you, Sarah. I don't know who she is, but cool. Okay, we're going to be starting off here today with a prayer, but before we do this, I just want to give you a little bit of housekeeping. We have bathrooms in the back there too, right on the left side. 3 doors of escape if we need them. They're back on, you'll see them with the exit sign. And if anybody needs any assistance, please let the coordinator know if you need some assistance. And we'll be running the conferences today, right till today. There's various events that could be taking place. It's not a heavy conference, but a good one. So if you can join your seats, and we'll be sitting down. I'll be calling on one of the No, I must say I don't speak Ojibwe. I only speak Ojibrish. So if I pronounce words wrong, so be it. I can't correct them. And also I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Moccasin Joel Leonard Dick from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Residential school, started off in Macintosh, ended up in St. Joseph's. And from there on, I grew up to be a big boy and cute. And we're going to call on our elder here to come up and say a few words, all the way from over there. Better known as a Aboriginal International Playboy. As if. Can you get up here? Yes. Okay, we're going to call on Archie here to do the opening of this conference. Archie, please.
Miigwachqinnim itnishnavetuk. Ja kichinen dagun oe kimaunji itet anshnabe uma kitakiminaning menji kiton kitakiminaning kintamand makikeayamen kikipim kagunaning kikom chukojak enindo mitas oe chinsuttamek oe shkuniganikang kapunjayaek marge kanoyak kikindamakusia wika Niindashwin, subskastangang bonjaya, wetek kichasagaigan, jinikate nangum gaishatang. Wetashinganunak at sokanak, and smundanimak. Oege manituka ganob menangan sukijak. We ni ukma. Chimiwashkutating wewenike we chigagi kitoing. Ogosage na atsokanake na ma pindikayawak. Kashin gabmasyak we. Ashkana genin miga pishak kanonigon we. Nishnabe genin gip mega kanonik. We kipindike set we atsokan. Keget mutot soning pindikeo gat sokanik. Chiskaning pindikeo gat sokanik. Katashmiteo atke ayao gat sokanik. Misesco gabi umagipeme. Kanshingab masananik oetish. Kakkendamat snabechigain. We can now to go Osagipisin daw ng awe and sukijike kisha manitungan and kimanituminan. Mianish vegagishim miniguizing. Shke awe nongom. Kanishnabe mon mi awe. Kani magak kintaw gean genin. Hapsingin tanishnabem kapsago opi. Uetash kiki sigomen ya ing momchagosho kami kung mansion kateto ko present school. Kuna ko kagyo shibe katek shibe kan 1873 treaty. Mi kaya mandang momchagosho. Anin keto tat na nishnaben. Meweke paginigoing shkonigan kang shkonigan ani shmanji kitoinginoint hapchanaga sinwe kagi minikoing haki hitamita shinji bope atom chagoje kinoint iminigona namanito we misea ki kitut marjegin statoma atuk we kenshnabe kegina kenshnabe chigexago ke Shke oe kiwi kung getot oe kego matisin hinoein oe geshikein keabe opi minani po anshnabe keget kinawa tegmi kung kikapagini komen sisangana shimoing misho koyon jinigan sitoan o anshnabe mon niganiga shintaw gian panengip man snabem notago dinegegok hogen mishom seban nokomeban mi oegash ni gan situat oe matsen hapchamaing abe awetagagi kita tajintang kakina oe hinoe ni shto in gan snabe nongom gash matset kagi shikunenge mesha kanon we nongom kai job ding kinando gyoshutomen keshikuneng oesago gikchenan damin orke gikchenan damin gek yuson nan gagimin going gagimin nga kimshom sananik kokumenanik mishon jagagistago sean oe nishnabe geket keabe Mato marking Mishoanji Kiton oe Chayangwa missing and Sakajik. Mikugetting I go on Kikanon go on Kikajabak. Hayangwa missing Gosses Gigo Majigan Nojas Gigo Mishoanji Kiton Chigwe Mamanon Dagoe, one and knowing. Shkewe Shibigan Kirchaga take me away. Kionagamin away and Schnabe or Gimagajin cast me guy. Kind and chicas at mine like it. I want to stop there, otherwise, I'd be talking all day, and I don't think a lot of you wouldn't have the time. My name is Archie Hyacinth. I'm from Grassy Narrows, Ontario. A reserve, like I said, it was given in 1873. The treaty was signed by the Indian Affairs. And I guess for me, when my grandparents used to talk about the treaty, it was something that, you gather up every morning, like, these are my people, this is my tribe, this is my reservation. I don't like that word reservation because it's like a reserved room or a reserved name for that matter. But I just want to say how long it's been for some of us Native people that understand the language in our culture. And at one time I used to run the powwows in Grassy Narrows. And I was proud of that because it brought people from Treaty 3 area, maybe also Treaty 9. And a powwow is a gathering of people, of celebration, 4-day celebration, dancing, speaking the language, and the drum, hearing the drum. And at one time, like I said, we used to have the water drum in Grassy Narrows. And I don't know if any one of you have seen a water drum. But it's not like the drum sitting there. It's way smaller than that. But it had ceremony, and it had a lot of meaning to, it wasn't just even our names. We were given native names from the day we were born to carry us all the way through in our lifetime. I just wanted to say that for those of you that don't know the culture, that don't know the language, that don't know Native society. But like I said, in 1873, the treaty was signed by Indian Affairs. They saw a treaty is like, I don't know if you want to call it a peace treaty, but that's the way I understood it. That's the very meaning of a treaty is to have a group of people to boss around, I guess, like you get bossed around at home by your wife or your husband, whoever you have for a partner. I just wanted to say that because, a lot of us sit around, sometimes we don't know what we're doing or saying or what we're here for. We're sent to a meeting comprising of whatever that they're going to talk about. And I've been to AFN meetings in Ottawa and Toronto because I was a band counselor for 8 years in Grassy Narrows myself. I represented Grassy, of course, in a good way. But I just want to let you guys know that, we mean a lot to Canada. So there was a joke about how Canada got its name. For some of you that understand Kanata, is a native way, let's hide that person or whoever it is. And I don't mean to say that in a bad way, but somehow that's what Canada became, a country for everybody, And as you know now, we have all kinds of foreigners coming into Canada, a free country. And I just wanted to say that because it means a lot. Freedom means a lot to some people. And it depends again where you come from or what you're comprised of. So I just wanted to say that. And I know the drum is waiting for us, and I respect the drum, I respect the pipe. I have my own pipe at home, my own items at home that I respect a lot. It's like a person, When you're given something as a gift or a present, you have to look after it properly, of course. And I just wanted to say that because for some of you, we come from a background of, language and customs and culture. So I just wanted to share that with the people because, nowadays, as you know, we share a lot of things on our reservations. And I've been to the States and how they were thrown into a reserve as well. So it's like Canada and the United States seem to copy each other, whatever they do with the native people. And I just wanted to say that because it's A lot of you might do history books. A lot of you might do the native language course. I took the native language course in Thunder Bay myself. I didn't have to, but I just wanted to know what it was, and I wanted to be a native language teacher as well, to teach the little people, the young people. And I'm sure they learned a lot. And with that, I want to say thank you for listening, and maybe go back to reserve or wherever you came from to tell your people as well. Okay, Mr. Koimigos, thank you very much, Mr. Dick.
What's the name? What's the name of the drum? What's the name of the drum? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Listen. Okay, shortly here we're going to call on the drum group to do the opening as well. The drum group from Big Grassy. No, not Big Grassy. Geez, I get Big Grassy, and all kinds of grass mixed up. I was in the grass the other night. Grassy Narrows. So don't mind me. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. You can laugh at every one of them, and I'll laugh at you as you go home. Okay, I'm getting ready. When they're ready to go, we're going to call on Grassy Narrows. I'd like to acknowledge that we're in a Treaty 1 territory, homeland of the Anishinaabe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota people. I'd like to acknowledge that we're here on their grounds. There'll also be a sacred fire that'll be out on the, just out on the back, I think on the left side or right side you turn, there's someone looking after the sacred fire, and his name is Lex Kavanaugh. So if you want to go over and see him after, you're welcome to do so. And the opening drums will be Jason Frobisher and the Grassy Narrows drum group. I forget the name already of them. They told me it. Wiikwogaming Niash. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Chimiwich. Okay, next we'd like to call on Elder Catherine Oversher for our opening prayer. It's good? Oh, okay, she's going to do it right here. Uh-huh. Okay. She need a microphone? Oh, she's going to do a pipe song? Okay, a pipe song. Please arise for this one again also, please. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll just get settled here for a minute. Thank you. Miigwech. We'll be starting again shortly. Just finishing off our morning ceremony. I could use a strawberry myself. Oh, I see her over there. We're going to start now. Oh, yeah, once. You don't have to get a pen. This thing won't work. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll be starting here shortly, and we're just going to complete our ceremony for this morning on our day start. And we have Patricia Big George over there from Reconciliation National. And if anybody got any questions or answers, go over her to see her. She's on the left. I mean the right, sorry. Thank you very much. It writes in Ojibwe or dollar, okay. Oh, that's pretty expensive for a pen, dollar. Good thing I didn't ask for two. Oh, it's nice to have a big red strawberry first thing in the morning. I had plums last night. Okay. All right, we're all ready to start today again, and thank you very much for the ceremony and the gifts that you presented to us. And we'd also like to start off by calling up Chief Shelley Akubi. If you're in the audience, please come up. We'd like you to say a few words from Big Grassy. No, Grassy Narrows. I did that in Winnipeg. I got two little towns mixed up, eh? Because I used to go with a girl from that town until my wife found out. So I gotta watch what I'm doing. So from Grassy Narrows, if you're out there, Chief Shellaby, Sherry. Damn cute too. I'm making all these mistakes. I hope I don't make a mistake tonight.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Akabe, Chief for Grassy Narrows. It's good to be here this morning with everybody. Just like to acknowledge the drum, the prayers, the elders for being here. I'm looking forward to being here with everybody in this meeting that's going on. And it's really important that, we all sit together with our elders, our people, our leadership in this important event that's happening here. And I would just like to thank everybody for coming and, being here with Grassy Narrows. And I look forward to the couple days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're going to call on you wrote down NSCR Chief Hardy. Melvin, are you here in the audience? Please come up there and say a few words in 6 different languages. Wow. That's my nephew.
Bonjour, Zungizi to go. Good morning, I'm Mal Hardy. I'm a regional chief for Northern Superior. I'm with the Anishinaabe Nation, and I've worked in Treaty Tree a lot. I've did a lot of, I worked at McGeezy, and we did a lot of changes there to try to bring forth and use more ceremony than just using any old fashioned. And I find that ceremony, I learned there a lot, that ceremony really touches the soul and the heart. And it actually kept me alive. I actually, I think I was actually a child welfare worker at the time, and I had to go to court for child welfare. And I was watching how they were talking about the kids, and how they wanted to win. The organizations wanted to win every time when a kid got put in care, and that really got to me, And then and that ceremony really, and I used to cry about that when I see kids going into care. I cried. I just because I remember as a kid, and I worked with a lot of youth and stuff growing up. But if it wasn't for the ceremony, I think that I wouldn't even be alive today. So I'll say, bonjour. I'm honored to welcome you to this important meeting between the gatherings of survivors. And I'll say Chimigretch to the host, Grassy Narrows as well. I'll say acknowledge the prayers and the drum. I do want to acknowledge a friend of mine who passed away from Thunder Mountain, Owen Gustafson, in July. And and when I hear this, the drum as well, and those guys taught me about drumming because I danced lots in Treaty Tree. I learned a lot of this of the teachings there, but more so the teachings within the arena, and so and that kept me alive too. So we're gathered here to discuss the vital work of preserving and protecting our lands and our resources for the things that we do every day. So I'm going back here, up. Sorry about this, I'm just So I'm honored to attend this gathering. I want to acknowledge the strength and resilience of residential school survivors. Your experiences have been marked by trauma, loss, pain, and also by survival, resistance, and hope. The residential school system was a dark chapter in our history, one that sought to erase Indigenous cultures, language, and identities. But despite the attempts to silence and marginalize the voices of our survivors like yourselves, have risen above the pain and continue to echo through our communities. In the next few days, we gather to honor your stories, your struggles, and your triumphs. We recognize the intergenerational impacts of residential schools and ongoing efforts towards healing, reconciliation, and justice. Your presence here today is a testament to your courage and determination to share your truth and support one another. As we begin this gathering, I want to acknowledge the importance of creating a safe and supportive space for sharing, healing, and connection. May our time together be guided by the principle of respect, empathy, and understanding. And let's take the moment to acknowledge the traditional territory we are gathered on and the ancestors that come before us. May their wisdom and guidance inform our conversations and action today. I'm grateful for your presence, and I look forward to the important work that we'll do together. Chumigwach.
Well, thank you very much. I have a leg issue right now. I was skateboarding last week and I tripped and fell, so I got to slow down at my young age, so I can't no more skateboarding and stuff like that. I'll post pictures of me doing tricks, Well, that wasn't actually tricks, it was falling. But it looked pretty damn good, so I did it twice. Okay, we're going to carry on. We're going to ask Hyson if you wanted to say a few words before we start our program, and then if you do, you're welcome to do. If you don't, it's up to you. But in the meantime, I'd like to start off this way in a good way to get our program going. I'd like to welcome everybody here truly that's from way up in the Long Lac area, 58, 77, 69, 42, all reserves, From Thunder Bay, we have groups from Thunder Bay here. I don't know where they all. Anybody here from Long Lac, raise your hand, please. If you're from Long Lac, Ontario, right? A bunch of people up there. All survivors of residential schools of various areas, from Macintosh to whatever, to St. Joseph's. We have all our supporters. Our team is here from Thunder Bay. We're all going to join today. But before we start, we're always sitting at meetings and looking at each other and kind of wondering, who the hell are we? So why don't we take about 3 minutes, play a little music here. I want every one of you to get up and go and shake hands with each other and say, welcome to our territory. Let's all do that. If you can do that, it would be appreciated. So everybody get up and reach each other that can. Go shake hands with the people and just say hi and whatever you want to say. It'll be awesome. Come on, everybody, let's do that. Let's get up here. Come on. We'll just go shake hands with anybody you don't know. Just really in this world, we're not all strangers. We just haven't all met yet. So for those that can and those that can't, please go over to shake their hands and say welcome here to our territory of Treaty 1, Treaty 3. I'll do this for a couple of minutes, and then we'll sit down and we'll start our program. Come on, everybody get up there. Let's do this here. Okay, we can start sitting down, get started up here. Thank you very much. And you have to watch out for Billy Joe here. He's in the audience. Billy Joe there, he'll shake the little board in your hands there. He'll kind of look at you in a traditional way. Okay, the next part of our program, we're going to introduce the project advisors. There's no names on there, but advisor councils welcome. Remarks. I don't know who's your leader, I guess. Archie? Okay, let's not fall in love there, chump. That's enough, Billy Joe. Billy Joe, you better sit down. He's out really snagging that guy, eh? Holy. Who's your project manager? Okay. Okay, we're going to call on the team to come up. Everybody is? The advisory team. Arnold? Aaron?
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Autumn, and our little team here, Steve and Aaron and Arnold and Henrik and myself, we are the official project team for the Wiikwogaming project. And at this time, I'm going to also ask all of our elder advisory from Grassy Narrows to please stand up and do a wave. Thank you. So our elder advisory consists of 9 elders and their supports, and yeah, we started off small, and now we've grown to the capacity that we are, and we are all very, very committed to this project. It means so much to us. And I'm now going to offer everyone a little bit of a moment to say hello and introduce themselves. If anybody needs anything, I'm the chaos coordinator, so I'll be around. And Steve, I'll let you speak next.
Morning, I'm Stephen Lands. I'm a residential school survivor from McIntosh. I'm also one of the guys that are working on the search for the last 3.5, 4 years now. I wanted to introduce our youth for our elders who are going to need assistance in anything that you need. If you forgot something in your room, they'll be wearing the yellow shirts. The chaperone for them is Kendra Sneaky. Kendra, can you stand up? If you have any questions, she'll be wearing a yellow shirt afterwards. If you need her to get something for you or one of her team, just approach her or myself or Autumn. And I've been I'll be meeting all of you, and I want to meet you each personally. So I'll give it to our tech guy, Mr. Spock.
Nice to meet you. My name's Aaron Meyer. I've had the privilege and opportunity of working with these great individuals for some time, and with the elders and everyone from Grassy Narrows. And my responsibilities are to lead the technical component and to oversee all the historical research, and really that incorporates all the information that's been shared with me by all the elders and all the community members. So thank you for that, and I'll pass it off to Arnold. Or to Henry.
Good morning, Buju. My name is Henrik Auckland. I work for Headwaters Law in Kenora. We're Grass and Narrows General Counsel, Legal Counsel. I got involved in this work back in 2021 after the findings in Kamloops of potential unmarked graves, and was asked by the chief and counsel at the time to start the work to look into potential unmarked graves at McIntosh. I've been very honored to be part of this work. It's been a great privilege and also an opportunity to get to know many members of Grass and Narrows a lot better and get more acquainted and familiar with the community, which has been a great privilege. And also an opportunity to work with the great teammates here and see some meaningful work being done for the community. So with that said, I'm going to pass it over to Arnold.
Oh, bonjour. Как табетен дио, сенен de Japan cause I take do them. I want to thank and acknowledge our drum keeper and our grandma drum that's in the center. And she's the backbone of our nation. And she's our leader in this initiative that we're undertaking. And she's our strong support. And having said that, I want to acknowledge all the good work and the hard work that the previous speakers have said. The team standing over here deserve a lot of credit for the past years that they have worked hard for you and for other residential school survivors from different areas. And if it wasn't for the elders, their leadership and their guidance, we wouldn't have gotten this far. So I owe a lot of thanks and appreciation to everyone. And I'd like to welcome my best friend, former chief from Rocky Bay, Mel Hardy. We've known each other for a long time. I worked for Rocky Bay as their spiritual advisor for a number of years, along with Long Lock, Pick River, Pace Platte, and Lake Helen. And I'm very happy to see Mel over here. And he's a good resource person. And there's also a lot of other people that I'm thankful for the years that they have given me for their guidance as the leaders and elders from their community. And we all have to work together and we all have to support one another. I stepped back for about a year because of the stress, the mental health, and that I was suffering at the time, and I had to take time for myself. But in the meantime, the team that I acknowledged previously, they carried on the work along with the leadership, political leadership, and our elders. So they have done a tremendous job, and I want to thank everyone, miigwech.
Well, thank you very much. Geez, I didn't think you were that tall. When I met you, you were 4'8". Back in Long Lake. Okay, we just want to let you know that there is support if anybody has any issues. They can contact people, people dressed in yellow outfits. If you got any problems or issues that's got to deal with, or see the coordinator of the event, they'll help you along. Okay, so we're at we're running a little bit of, just a little bit ahead though, so I don't know how we got caught up. But we want documentary reviews. So we're going to start off with Shane Peru. Or Peranto. I don't know how you say this. Peru to Peru. Yeah, so we can, they're out there. And also Red Root Productions is here. Decision. And then does any of these people here you want to start off? Okay. Sean, I know Sean from Thunder Bay. Man of many things. Wache.
Joe Beardy would say back in big and bearskin. Thank you. Bonjour and waje everyone and Tanse. My name is Sean Peranto. I'm the director and producer of Red Roots Productions. We're an all-Indigenous video company based out of Clandeboye, Manitoba. We are helpers in healing and truth, and we are producing the documentary on the Macintosh Indian Residential School. I want to thank the drum for the wonderful drum songs this morning and the elders for the prayers. I just want to acknowledge everyone. I want to welcome everybody to Treaty 1 territory, our traditional territory here in Manitoba. Red Roots is proud to have been to 95% of Manitoba's Indigenous communities, filming and documenting stories of truth and healing. We've also been to 100% of Grand Council Treaty 3 territory. Yes, I've even been to Windigo Island. It's a beautiful place. There's no vehicles there because it's all on an island. Beautiful, beautiful territory. I'm very grateful to be up here today to just give you an overview of our short film. We had cut together a 10-minute short. Keeping in mind, the short is just to give you an idea what the eventual documentary will look like. We purposely left out some heavy content just so we don't trigger anybody, and out of respect. We're going to save that for the film eventually. And we just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because I myself am an intergenerational survivor. At Red Roots, we help you with your narrative. We tell your story. We're there to walk with you in a good way. My Indian name is Migizibiak, flocks with eagles. This is my clan, my flock here. And my clan is the Red Hawk, and my spirit guides are the Sabe and the Wolf, who walk with me to community so I can tell their story in a good way. It's a very emotional journey for us, these projects. I like to call it heart work. We wear our hearts on our sleeves and we walk with you in a good way. Normally I'd get really emotional right now, but I know it's the spirit of our ancestors who fuel us and give us that strength to move forward. Through ceremony, I've come to learn that Red Roots is guided by ancient grandmother knowledge. And we are so grateful. And we're very grateful to walk with you. And it's our pleasure to tell your story. So later this afternoon, we have 6 slots open for further interviews. If you'd like to share your story, whether you're an intergenerational survivor or a survivor of Macintosh or any other residential school, we're there to take your story. And we have 6 one-hour spots available this afternoon starting from 1 o'clock. This is ongoing interviews. We are also archiving and documenting every interview we shoot. And we are currently starting the editing on 40 interviews. The documentary itself, it's such a powerful project so far that it's really going to open a lot of people's eyes in Canada to the truth. Most recently, the Progressive Conservative Party said Indian residential schools never existed, and it didn't happen. There's a lot of ignorance out there towards our people. There are many layers of oppression that still continue to this day, whether it be forced sterilization of Indigenous men and women, child welfare, which is the new Indian residential school. We're there to tell those stories. We're also working on the Pelican Falls Indian residential school story and the Northwest Angle child welfare story presently as well. We also have a healer who walks with us and heals my crew and myself, because what we take in is very heavy. And this story is a heavy story. And I just want to thank you all, the elders and the survivors, the Wiikwogaming warrior team, for trusting us to walk with you in a good way. And if you have any questions after the short film we're going to show you, we would like to open up the floor if you have any questions for me personally. A little bit about Red Roots. It was given to me in a vision one day when I left a production company I worked for 10 years. I woke up one morning because I was so excited to call my technician and tell him about my dream of my red roots. As these red roots growing and this tree of life popped up. And I woke up that morning and said, that's my logo. It was the very next day when I left the production company that I hold still near and dear to my heart. And my best buddy at one time, Jesse Green, and his parents are here. So it's really nice to see you guys again. And Jesse really helped me a lot over the years, and I really appreciate that. And I would just want to acknowledge Strong Front TV for shaping me and creating these red roots even. He was a part of that. And we're there to walk with our community, as I mentioned, in a good way. We're conduits to the Creator who worked through us and puts us in these important places so we can bring the truth and healing out to the Canadian public who still deny that these things existed and happened to our people. I was also the altar boy in Duck Bay, Manitoba, for the only priest charged in Canada, Father Massey. And he was acquitted because it was his word against the person he raped. Those are the people we fight for. Those are the people and the stories we bring to the public so they can actually know the real truth. And I even feel the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, yes, they archive everything, but not everybody can go to the archives. Not everybody has a computer to watch all these stories. So that's why Red Roots exists, so we can help our communities bring our stories to the forefront and not be housed in some building at the University of Manitoba and not everybody has access and able to go there. So we are there for you in your communities in a good way, always. And I just wanted to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Wiikwogaming warrior team, the community of Grassy Narrows, Grand Council Treaty 3. I know Nan is also in the picture here. I have never worked with them or spoke with them, but we are here for our communities in a good way. We are I guess we own our own equipment. We have no government funding. And we do this because this is our gift in life as storytellers of truth and healing. And I'm very, very proud to be here in front of you. and to share what we're about to share with you. And like I said, keeping in mind, we kept all the hard, heavy stuff out purposefully because we do not want to trigger anybody. And we would like to save that stuff for the documentary, which will be going to film festivals around the world. And I will also be helping distribute that film. And in future, the film will also be sold to a TV network, I'm sure, and that money will go right back to the survivors. And I want to ensure that these stories are never forgotten. We are there for you. We are also the voice for the voiceless, for the little ones that ran away from Indian residential schools, never to be found again. We are those, we represent and those loved ones that we had lost. And I know there's not one person in this room that has been affected and lost someone at Indian residential schools. Kinanaskamitin Kikyao, Chimigwech. Without further delay, I would like to show you our 10-minute short. If we can get the lights possibly turned down so we can have full focus on the screens. Is that possible? And anybody? Are we able to dim the lights? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And without further delay, we would like to play the 10-minute short, and I will come back to the podium just to see if anybody has any questions for us. So thank you once again for allowing us to walk with you all in a good way. Egose.
It affects everyone. You didn't have to be a former student. You didn't have to be a survivor of residential school. When you hear someone passing away, it really hits you.
You know what? It's gatherings like this where we start healing.
This is a historic moment that will come over here. Everyone here is part of history.
Grassy Narrows is a strong community because you're still here. No one has defeated, even when they dislocated your community to another area, you're still here. There's healing, yeah. Everybody has to heal, every community, because this happened across the country.
I think it's better that we take our time, that we do this carefully, and that we make sure that we cover every angle, every dot is covered, whatever, all information is, we can get all the information gathered together so that we could have good, proper information at the end of this project.
That was the design and purpose of the residential school, is to take the Indian out of our children and teach the children that our way is healing, and to teach the children to be ashamed of who they are as Anishinaabe. But it didn't work. It did not work because we're still here. And we're still teaching our children the language. And we're still hanging on to our culture and our teachings.
Our bodies have memories. And so when we were sitting in a circle yesterday and even today, when sometimes somebody would start to cry when someone else was talking and sharing their experience, what their brain was doing was going to that part, it's like a filing cabinet, is going back to that filing cabinet and pulling that memory of that experience of when you were scared. It just goes and picks up that memory and brings it back, and you remember as if it is happening right now. Your brain is remembering as if you were 6 years old. And so when that happens to you, when you have that traumatic memory where it's triggered, it's good for you to start to breathe and or even smell the smudge that's going around, or even tap your feet or rub your lap if you're sitting down. And what you're doing is that you're reminding yourself that you're here. You're not 6 years old anymore. Your memory is 6 years old. The difference is now you are able to protect yourself.
What they did was they proposed this, what they call phase 1 archaeological assessment to determine if there's, what the potential for archaeological resources or finds would be, as well as possibility for unmarked graves at the McIntosh site. The elders, Grass and Narrows elders, were interviewed and got the opportunity to mark out areas where they thought that there's a possibility for unmarked burials. And then they took a few days up at the McIntosh property, did site inspection and visual inspection of the property, and further interviews up at the property.
As a First Nation, you're entitled to records that are about you. And all you need is a band council resolution, and you can get access to those records.
And together, we all work on this to do what we have to do to ease the pain and the anger that's been keeping us down. We will support one another to make this a lot more better next year for our children and for ourselves.
I went to St. Mary's Residential School from Grassy Narrows, and I was 14 years old when I went in.
I had long hair, and so they cut my hair so short. I cried and like cutting my hair. Even those other students, they had long hair too. They cried too.
And I ran away from school for 1 month. I ran away because the sisters were too punishing.
I went to McIntosh Residential School when I was 5 years old. All my siblings went to residential school in McIntosh, and I used to cry when they used to leave for McIntosh every fall, because they would spend 10 months in McIntosh and just 2 months in the summer, and then they'd be off again.
When I first started, well, I didn't know anything about English when I went to the school the first time. And when I got to the school, they wanted me to talk in English right away, and which I didn't know. And I got hit for that.
As a trapper, I remember seeing tracks of a single track. And I asked my dad, and my dad said, "Ka besigit maingat sa lone wolf." That's the wolf that sort of went away from the pack, whether he got older or about to leave the earth. That's why he's alone, a lone wolf. Here's you go, maingat.
We looked at it as a circumstance that needs investigation. There's lots of questions. Everybody has questions about this, specifically the families and the nations. It's of significant importance to our organization from a death investigation system in Ontario, but it's also of personal importance to me too, because we've not done well. Much tougher for you than me, and it's so important.
Age 10, 1943, Grassinaris Reserve, Subscription First Nation. Andy Kishik, age 11, 1944, White Sand First Nation. Beatrice Lazan, age 3, 1944. Edward Capriskant, age 19, 1941. Grassinaris Reserve.
Just get the lights, please, and thank you. Just wanted to make mention, the screens don't give it justice. This was shot in 4K technology, so what you're seeing is not the true color and representation of the film. It's definitely the projectors, but just wanted to make mention that we shoot on the highest of technology with 4K cameras, and if there's any further questions, I would be happy to answer any of them. And just wanted to say, when we did the naming ceremony, there was a really powerful moment in that ceremony. As you could see, it was very emotional. What a lot of people did not see was we were in the roundhouse, and there was this light that came from the top of the roundhouse and shone right down on our elder reading the names. And I really believe our ancestors were there, and that was their sign to show us that they're there with us. It was a very powerful moment, and every time I watch this, it makes me very emotional. So I hope I didn't trigger anybody, and we're really appreciative of you all allowing us to take your stories and portray them in the manner in which they need to be shared with Canada, because Canada has continually failed our people. the many layers of oppression that exist, from forced sterilization, Indian residential school, child welfare, 60 Scoop. We also filmed a story within this project of a dear elder that passed away because of cancer, homelessness, and it's a really powerful story we're going to be working on and finishing very soon. And we look forward to doing that with you, Steve, and honoring your brother in a good way. And we know he wanted to share his story, so I hope we can complete that project this year and also share in film festivals, because this is the things our people had to go through in order for us to be here to share this with you. Unfortunately, our people have been through so much, and we want to help lighten that load and share it with you, so we never forget those little ones. We never forget the things they had done to our people. And we just want to know we're your ally. We're the people you want to call if you have a sensitive project that you need us on. We work from the heart and we walk with you in a good way. And I want to thank you all again for your time, your honesty, your tears, and your healing, more importantly. We are a part of that healing journey for you, and we hope that our work will not be in vain, and that we can all heal from our past and never forget, and teach our future generations to never let this happen again. And there should never be cemeteries at schools, ever. And I don't take that very lightly, because we have suffered enough. And we just want you to know we're there for you in a good way. And I look forward to visiting with you all in various ways. And thank you again.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Man, oh man, when you see stuff like that bend there, it's hard to deal with sometimes. Anyhow, it's that time of the day that we can go out there and have a little cup of coffee, a little chat, and we've got to be right back as soon as possible. So we got about a 15-minute break here for coffee. So go out there and do your thing. Don't look at me like I'm single either, girls. Checking me out. I hate it when the lights went out. Okay, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of break here, and then I want you to visit my extremely, well, I could say, beautiful wife over there. I've been married to her for like 4 days. One argument that started this morning, never finished. I don't know why she should argue with me. I'm right most of the time. That's my wife, Ann, over there, and my son, Michael, was here earlier. Thank you. Have a good one, and we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. might smudge myself here, so. No. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Got all kinds of medicine here. I might just go hallucinate here and think I'm somebody I'm not. Okay, we're going to go on to the Macintosh site update. I don't know who's involved in that. I've just got Arnold Pelly, Steve Land, Aaron Minor, M-I-N-O-R, Autumn Bobin, Counselor Bear Kopanes, Jason Obisher, Adrian Kiesik. Are you all there? You ready for you? You're the, how do you pronounce your name? Meyer? Oh, that's so easy. Why didn't you tell me the first time? God, well, that's what I hate, easy stuff. That's how I got my first wife. Me playing easy, of course. Okay, let's continue on with this part of this thing. But I also want to remind you, there's going to be a tour here for the, what's it called there? I don't know, some kind of tour anyhow. But oh yeah, also I wanted to tell you too, also I just got this information. If any one of you has found a little envelope in your room from the Red Cross, that they're moving you to the hotel today or something, it's not for you, it's for the evacuees. So if you've got that, disregard it, please. 3 people moved already, my wife and somebody else. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, we can continue on from here. Do you want the mic to start off with, Aaron? Mm-hmm.
Joe, I'm just going to move some of your stuff here. Is that okay? I'm going to leave it just as it is. Thanks for your patience on that. And thank you for all your help. I'd like to start by saying thank you for everyone who's spoken this morning, and to Jason and everyone with the songs and the drum that led us in a good way, and everyone who's joined us this week. This kind of developed out of a a sharing we had with Chief and Council back in January. And Chief Sherry Ackaby at the end said, you need to share this with everyone. You need to gather everyone and you need to share what you've been doing. And that's what we're really proud to do here today. Oops. We're going to do this. So just to give you a quick outline of what we'll discuss here, we're just going to go over the preparation and the development of the ground search. The project has been going on for several years, but the search only started last summer. And that's because the team wanted to make sure that they were extremely prepared before they ever started any work at Macintosh. So we're just going to go over some of that preparation work that we did, the areas that we've searched, and the results that we have to date. I just want to first acknowledge everyone who's contributed and is part of the team. I stand here today as a representative of everyone here. We have the project team and the Elders Advisory Committee, and also several members of Grassy Narrows who have been absolutely instrumental in everything that has been accomplished to date. So I just want to make sure that everyone's acknowledged for all their work. I have the opportunity here to share with you, and it's really an honor because so many people have shared with me over the last couple of years. And the stories and the information that's been shared with me has been very much appreciated. And I'm very honored to be able to share something with you all today. Some of the information that we're going to share today is going to be difficult. I'm going to be honest. It's heavy for me, so I can imagine it's going to be quite heavy for everyone here. We do have the numbers that you can call, but we also have several people here that can provide support if everyone needs it. And maybe I'll ask them to just acknowledge themselves and raise their hand so that everyone knows. Thank you. They're really wonderful people. I've got the opportunity to speak with them over the last year or two, and feel free to reach out with them anytime. Several years ago, we had the opportunity to come up and visit in the community and speak to several of the former students at Macintosh. We wanted to understand where they could guide us to where there would be unmarked burials. We had gone through thousands of pages of documents, have reviewed all the information that we could get, but nothing could guide us to where we needed to look, except for the students and those who actually knew the truth. So what we asked them to do was to draw on these aerial photos. We had aerial photos from the 1950s and 60s, and it was important because that's how the landscape looked when they were students there. It looks a lot different today. And we wanted to provide them with the guidance that they needed to have the memories and show us where to look. And this is one of the aerial photos that you can see people began drawing on and showing us where we needed to focus. And this is just another photo. What we did was we gave everyone different images, different maps, so that all the information they shared was unique. And so that's really what's been guiding our search, is that information that was shared with us. Through that data gathering, 20 areas of interest were identified. we knew there was one cemetery on the school. We also knew from documents that the oblates were burying people far away from the school. But we were able to identify 20 areas in total because of the information that was shared with us by the community. And this has really been where we started our work. And from that, we determined that this would be our search area. It's fluid. It can change. This is just based on the knowledge we have today. It's 843 hectares. It's a really large area. What we did when we asked the students to draw on those maps is to be as precise as possible and to not draw a really, really large circle because they were afraid of missing something. And the red areas are those that were drawn on those maps. But what we made them the promise is that we'd add a 50-meter buffer. And so that's the yellow areas you see on the map, is that extra 50 meters, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And so this is the areas that we started with. So last year, we were asked to put together a search strategy. It's 843 hectares. It's a large area. How do we start? Where do we go? How do we do it? How is this going to work? We needed to devise a roadmap so that everything we did was as efficient as possible, so that we could get the results that we needed as quickly as possible. And so the team asked us to focus on these specific objectives. And it was to provide an overview of the appropriate search methods for the area landscape, which included land, it included underwater, it even included wetlands. We were asked to identify the methods that should be used and in what sequence, and to create an order of priority of where to start, and then where to go next, and where to go next after that. To identify site preparation activities that can assist in the field surveys and data collection, so that the site can be prepared in a good way that we can do the work and make sure that we don't miss anything. To provide guidance on accessing locations within the area that was outside the McIntosh School property. We had to deal with the federal administrative lands, the provincial administrative lands, there's even private lands. We had to make sure that we had everything organized. We were asked to create an appropriate data recording and data management options. And that's really crucial because there is such a large amount of data collected that if somebody asks us a question, we need to be able to have the answer at our fingertips. We can't say, we'll get back to you. We can't say, we'll look into it. Sometimes we only have an opportunity to have that conversation at that moment. And we need to make sure that the data that we acquired was organized in a way that we could provide those answers. And most importantly, we needed to identify how the project team and the community can contribute to the field search and the data management, because this is by the community and for the community. And we're just here as long as we can be of assistance, but really it's all about developing a process that can be passed on. So in order to figure out where to start, we developed this potential model. And the red areas are the areas that we were identified by the students. But what I want to highlight here is Just because the area wasn't identified, it doesn't mean that there isn't the potential for unmarked burials in that location. It just might mean that the person who had that information hasn't shared yet or is no longer with us. So just because we haven't been guided to a location yet, it doesn't mean we shouldn't look there. So we divided it into 5 categories. And that's been an opportunity for us to identify where to start and where to go next and in what order we should search. And this just gives you an idea of how we developed that model. But really what we focused on is those areas of interest identified by the students. We then had to figure out what were the best methods to search. We needed to make sure that whatever we did, we were doing it in the right way. And so we looked at the landscape. It's a very complex landscape. There's land, there's underwater, there's wetlands, there's rock, there's slope, you name it. And this is what is within the search area. So we really needed to understand the landscape, not only how it was when the school operated, but how it was today. "843 hectares is a lot of area to try to manage. And so what we did is we divided it into 56 smaller areas so that we could figure out what the best method was for that specific location. Each of these operations are defined by those high potential shared with us by the students, the landscape, and what it really does is allow us to focus on one piece at a time and stay focused on that. One of the real important parts of this is to identify how the landscape has changed. So what we did is we took all the historic maps and aerial images, there was over 100, and we georeferenced everything, and we plotted out where all the buildings were. And this is where the school area is. This is really critical because when we do geophysical or GPR, or any type of remote sensing to look under the ground, if we see disturbance, we need to understand, was it the result of an old building or could it be an unmarked burial? We also need to understand that geophysics and ground penetrating radar won't work where there's been disturbance. So everywhere where you see a building here, the ground penetrating radar is just going to show that it's disturbed. It won't show us if there's actually somebody there. And we needed to recognize that before we started to ensure that we used the right methods to find what we were looking for. So we looked at each of those 56 operations and we said, what's the best way to get the information that we need from each one? And what I really want to focus on is, it's not just ground penetrating radar. Maybe that's not the best way to do it. Maybe that's not the best place to start. Maybe we need to start somewhere else and work our way down the line to really focus on what we need. So the one here is we have a known burial ground, but we have many demolished structures. So ground penetrating radar would work in the cemetery, but it won't help us where the structures are. So maybe we can use human remains detection dogs. Maybe that's our only way where we have that disturbance. In another area where we had high potential, we had a lot of disturbance from those structures and from landscaping. So again, geophysics won't work. It won't tell us what we need to know. And so we need to come up with alternatives. And what you'll see here on both is we really start with a visual survey. Why don't we just use our eyes? We all can see. Sometimes we can see a lot that technology can't. So another example is we have an operation where it's really uneven. It's very sloped. There's a lot of exposed rock, and there's a lot of woodlot. Geophysics won't work there either. And so we had to devise a different strategy. And then the other area here, again, with woodlot and minimal disturbance, we would have to clear all the trees in order to use ground penetrating radar. It might take us years. That doesn't give us the information that we need to answer your questions in a really quick manner. So we needed to find an alternative strategy. And sometimes ground penetrating radar is further down the list. What we do in these instances is we go out and we look, and then maybe we'll bring the dog team in. And then those areas that are identified through those surveys can be used with ground penetrating radar. So we turned an area of 7 hectares into maybe 100 meters square. And that tells us where to start. So last year was the first year that we had an opportunity to conduct a search. There was 2 areas that were identified to focus on. And the first one was what we called Operation 45. It was in Canyon Lake. When we first presented the search strategy to the community, somebody stood up at the end and said, "You need to start in the water. That's where you need to start." And that's where we were guided to start. The reason for that is several people shared with us that in the 1980s, bones were found at a period of low water along the shoreline of the lake. And the police were contacted. And nobody knows what happened to those remains. And we reached out to the police, and they don't have a record of that event happening. So that's where we started. And just to give you an idea, several different people shared that story with us over several days, all independent of each other. Everybody knew the story of bones being found along the shoreline when the water was low. So everything we do is non-invasive. We don't disturb the ground. We don't disturb the lake bed. So we got in and we just used our eyes and we looked. We started with a snorkel survey. We just swam it. Everything that we did was recorded on video. So I was in the water there and I wore a camera on my head. Because maybe when I was in the water, I didn't see something. But the video would record it. And I can go back and look at that anytime. But more importantly, anyone here can look in that video anytime you want. It's recorded for everyone. So we swam everywhere that we could see the lake bottom in the shallow area. But in the deeper area, snorkeling didn't work. We didn't want to use divers because they're very expensive. They're limited on the amount of time they can spend underwater. It's a lot of logistics. There's nowhere to fill the tanks. So we brought in our remotely operated vehicle. And this was almost custom made for us last year. And it's a really phenomenal piece of equipment. It has 6 thrusters on it. It can go up and down. It can go left and right. It can go forward and back. But the really neat thing is it has a camera on it that can go up and down at any time. 4K video. It also has 2 really, really bright strobe lights. There's nowhere it can't go. And so we went up and down the transects. We sat in the canoe. And from the controller that we have on the boat, we can see everything that it sees. And we recorded everything. So not only can we look at the footage anytime we want, so can anyone else. The footage is for everyone. You're going to need a really big bag of popcorn, though, because it's a lot of hours of video, but it's there and it's preserved. So that's how we approached it last year. Unfortunately, we didn't find what we were looking for. The underwater landscape is very dynamic. Things move around. But we're pretty confident that what we're looking for is still where we need to find it. The stories that were shared with us were in the 1980s, the bones were found. But we're under the impression that they were likely there for decades before somebody saw them. And what you can see here is there's a lot of sand, and the sand captures material, kind of keeps it in place. But sometimes the sand covers it one day and exposes it the next. So we're going to go back and we're going to look again. And we'll keep looking until we find what we're looking for. So just because we haven't found it the first time doesn't mean it's not there. So the second part of our search last year was on land. All the different colors, the AOIs, the areas of interest that you see there, they were all drawn by former students on those aerial photos. It's interesting that everyone was kind of drawing in the same spot, eh? It's almost like X marks a spot. The red one there, the AOI one, it's where we knew the cemetery was. We knew it from documents left to us by the Oblates. We knew it from the maps. We didn't know how big it was. We just knew it was in that general location. But all the students kept telling us, it's a lot bigger. There's unmarked burials all around there. You need to look there. And so we did. So again, everything we did was non-invasive. We started by using our eyes. We didn't clear anything, we just looked. We didn't want to disturb anything. And the fellow you see there, his name's Bradley Druin. Phenomenal person. He's been instrumental in the search and just an absolute professional. So I want to acknowledge him. And we also had on the ground penetrating radar team, Kate Brooks and Chris Phillips. Extremely detailed, phenomenal work. And they were also supported by Darius from Grassy Narrows. So I just want to make sure that we acknowledge everyone who's contributed. Within the cemetery area, it was very overgrown. It was difficult to see the ground. We knew that there were 7 monuments in that location. But we also knew from our research that there was a lot more. Just nobody had had a chance to look. So just by using our eyes, and just by walking, we identified 114 potential unmarked burial locations. 106 of those within the cemetery, but 8 were outside that cemetery area. They were where the students told us to look. We needed to define how we identified these potential burial locations. So we developed these 4 attributes. We based it on the presence of a rectangular depression measuring between 55 and 245 centimeters, the size of a very small child to the size of an adult. We identified them based on evidence of soil disturbance in the area. you'd be surprised that you can identify a hole that was dug 60 years ago because there's a bits of soil around it that look different from the surrounding area. One of the things with the Roman Catholic tradition is to place burials in an east-west alignment. And that's how we found a lot of these burials. We also found them in clearly distinct patterning of rectangular depressions in systematically defined rows, upon rows, upon rows. It was pretty obvious what we had found. All 114 locations that we identified conformed to at least 2 of those attributes, but all of them except for, I think, 3 conformed to at least 3 of those. So we're pretty confident in what we've identified. Over 70 of those locations within the cemetery, their depressions measured 4.5 feet or less. Those aren't the burials of adults. Those are children. So we were able to identify it based on the size of the depression. So this is just a quick map to show you where we found these locations. And you can see a lot of them, the majority of them, were in the cemetery area. Some of them were just outside. Some of them were further away. The buildings that you see on this map are no longer there. The government had them demolished in 2019. But we wanted to use this map because it gives an idea to those who recognize the property about where we are. And the monument here at the bottom of the screen is where the school was. The maps don't tell the whole story. And I think what we're talking about deserves a lot more respect than a dot on a map. So I'd like to share a video with you of what we found when we worked there last year. We spent a week in here clearing all the vegetation by hand. There was no machines. We used a couple of rakes. We used a hand scythe. We used a pair of snips that you trim branches with. You'll see a lot of white cards on the ground with numbers on them. Those are the cards that we've used to identify each depression that we found. They're the same cards that you use at a crime scene. You can see here that the burials are all in rows oriented in an east-west direction in the same orientation of the depressions themselves. Each time we found the burial, we only left tobacco as an offering and nothing else. We wanted to leave them true as to how we found them. The reason why we used just hand tools is because we had a pretty good idea that there might be something on the ground. There might be old markers. There might be mementos. There might be materials that families have left there decades ago. And we didn't want to lose the opportunity to recognize that. This rock here there was a burial on both sides. In the 60s and since then, over the last couple decades, there was some work done in here. I don't think they understood where they were working, and a lot of the ground was disturbed in a corridor. But that boulder there primarily preserved two of the burials. The monuments you see here, that's where the Oblates buried the sisters, the nuns. You can see the moss colored there. That's the concrete enclosure they put around the nuns to make sure that they were separated from everyone else. The white monument you see there, it represents the location of somebody whose wife worked at the school. And what we're seeing in that location is the Oblates separated those that were associated with them in the school from others. And they put markers up to make sure that everyone would recognize where they were buried. When we first started working in here, this is the area where we first encountered unmarked burials. And that's when we started to clear the area by hand, because we understood that that was the best way to fully understand what happened. And it's right here in this location where all those white cards are, where every single burial is small. I'm not sure if you can see it well on the screen, but some of these depressions are quite visible. There's quite a big difference between the top of that depression and the ground. The reason why they're depressions is because of the lid of the coffin couldn't withstand the weight of the soil. And that's what's allowed us to visually identify those today. So I mentioned that we had an idea that we might find old mementos or belongings on the ground that we wanted to be careful about. And hopefully you can see it there by the tree. There's a small wooden cross. And it's right at the head of a depression. And the way we interpret it is it's fallen exactly where it once stood or was placed originally. We haven't touched it. It's still there. We haven't moved anything. it's hard to imagine that there's upwards of 150 people buried in this location. And you can see that a lot of them are pretty close together. When we asked the elders and the students why they stopped burying people here in 1965, they told us it was because they ran out of room. There was nowhere else to fit more people in. You may be able to see a small piece of wood laying face down. It's hand carved. It would have been a marker for a burial that has been moved from its original location. There's no inscription on it. It looks different than all the markers that were placed there by the Oblates. And it may have been a marker placed there by a family member to recognize their ancestors who are there. And you can see through here that, again, these are all aligned in rows in a systematic manner, intentionally. There's a piece of carved stone at the base of that tree. And we think we know who that belongs to. But we haven't touched it. We haven't removed it. We haven't looked for an inscription. We've left it as it is. Because we want to make sure that everything is commemorated in the right way. We also know the first individual placed here was a small child about 2 months after the school opened in 1925. And they continued to bury people here until 1965, over 40 years. And there on the ground you can see a fence post. We know in 1927 the principal sent a letter to the government asking for permission to buy wire and fence posts to put a fence up around the cemetery. And through our search, we found bits of wire all the way around. And we've been able to retrace the location of that fence to understand who's buried within the cemetery fence and who's buried outside. Because we need to understand why there's people outside the cemetery. Just because we can't see a depression doesn't mean there's not a burial there. So we need to use another method to identify the location of those individuals that we couldn't see with our eyes. And so a ground penetrating radar survey was done to look below the ground without disturbing it. The ground penetrating radar survey focused on 2 areas that we were asked to start with. The first area in orange, that's the location of the girls' playground. We knew that there had been a lot of fill brought in, but we had also been shared information that there was a well up there and that individuals were placed in that well. So we did the ground penetrating radar survey at 25 to 50 centimeter lines. So if there was anything this big or larger, we would find it. What it allowed us to do was determine that we didn't find any burials there. We didn't find the well there. So it told us we needed to look outside that area and keep looking. So just because we didn't find anything doesn't mean it wasn't worth it. It helped us understand what may or may not be there. Within the cemetery area, a lot of locations were identified. We don't use the word anomaly. It doesn't give the proper respect for what we're trying to find. We also didn't want to identify 300 locations but not understand what they could represent. So every single location of interest identified by the ground penetrating radar was classified either as a highly probable burial, a probable burial, or something that might be a burial. We needed to understand what might be there and how best to understand it. And so we had these 6 conditions or attributes. If the location had 4 of those, we were pretty confident that it was a burial. So we identified 39 highly probable burial locations pretty quickly. And you can see that they're all oriented east-west, and there are pretty clear rows there. We also identified 66 probable locations. Chances are they're burials, but we'll have to go in and do another survey with a different instrument to build our confidence. And we found 138 possible burials. There's a chance that some of these are animal burrows. They could be boulders. They could be the representative of tree root systems where the trees are no longer there. So we need to more understand what these locations represent. But what it allows us to do is to know we need to look there more. And we need to further our knowledge of what these locations are. It might be difficult to see, but if you look, you can see some pretty defined rows, especially with the orange and the yellow. And when we add in those depressions that we found, they very much correlate and give us confidence that those depressions represent the location of a burial of an individual. What we also have to understand is that ground penetrating radar is only 70% accurate on a good day. It has limitations. And the complexity of the landscape where we're working makes it difficult. And you'll see several of the green dots there where we found depressions where there's no GPR response. So we're going to use a different survey method to look there and build our confidence in what they represent. About 3 to 4 weeks ago, we brought in Kim Cooper and her team of historical human remains detection dogs. They're phenomenal. We'd never worked with them before. And I'm glad we were able to reach out to them, and I'm glad that they obliged and come out and help us. We asked them to search over 300 acres in 3 days. and they did it with a smile. Kim gave a presentation at the National Site Search Gathering 2 weeks ago, and she didn't mention Macintosh by name, but she said, we just returned from one of the most difficult and treacherous searches we have ever completed in our lives. And that's what we asked them to do. And they did it really well. And they identified 8 locations. The way they do this is one team will go into an area on the first day, and they'll complete the search. And every time the dog has a response, they'll mark it on their GPS. There'll be no evidence of that location on the ground. Someone could come in 10 minutes later, they'd never know what happened there. The second day, another team would come in, completely unaware of what the first team found. Where a dog had a response, they'd mark the location on a GPS. On the third day, the third team went in. And where multiple dogs had the same response in the exact same area, that's when we knew we needed to look closer in those areas. It also so happens that where the dogs had a response was exactly where the former students told us to look outside the cemetery. In Operation 20, several people shared with us of their relatives being asked to dig burials there. And one even shared with us that when they were digging a burial, they found an earlier one. The size of Operation 20 to do ground penetrating radar and to clear that area would take us years, would cost us millions. Having the dogs identify those 2 areas allows us to know where to start. And then we can continue on from there. The locations of area of interest 7 and 8 in the northeast corner, I accompanied the first dog team there on the first day. The handler told me that the dog had never given a response that was so confident of what they found. That happens to be the location where children were told not to play by their parents because that's where people are buried. So we've done all that work in a year. It's pretty limited, but we've already identified a lot of potential unmarked burial locations. And where we're identifying them is right where the former students told us to look. And it confirms that the information provided by the former students is much more reliable and truthful than any documents will ever tell you. And the answer that we need to find now is who's buried at Macintosh. And we'll touch on that tomorrow. Miigwech, thank you. Quarter after 11. So there could be a discussion if you want, or we can. No. Do you want to do some questions? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very, very much. We are going to open it up for some questions you might want to ask him while he's here. And we'll do that till you get all the answers. if you could come up here and I'll take one computer down. I got somebody's going to have to get their computer. Or you want to put it up here? Okay. I think I need some steroids or something. Hemorrhoids or something. You are on.
Give it up for Moccasin Joe. Hi, good morning. My name is Tanya Ferneri, and I work with the Reclamation and Healing Team with Anishinaabe Nation. And first of all, I would like to say thank you so much and give my acknowledgements to the elder for the beautiful ceremony that was started this morning and the prayer which started us off in a good way. I would like to acknowledge the drum for the beautiful song and calling in the people to provide us with guidance. And most importantly, I would like to acknowledge everybody in this room and say thank you so much for having us in your space to provide us with knowledge and education and and a good pathway to move forward. So, chi miigwech for that. So, just a little bit about myself. Buju Wache, Hanin, Tanya Ferneri Nadishnakaz, Wiikwogaming Nadonchi. I hope I said that right, but my name is Tanya Ferneri. I work with Anishinaabe Nation, and I am from Thunder Bay, Ontario, and I am of settler Scottish descent. So it's extremely humbling to be here with you and sharing this space. And I will let my colleague introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Whitney McNally. I am a summer student with the Reclamation and Healing Department this summer. My mom's side of the family is from Wiikwogaming First Nation. And yeah.
So just to give you a little bit about what we would like to talk to you or talk with you about, because we're not talking to you, we're talking with you. In 2021, the Reclamation and Healing Department was developed through mandate from the Nan Chiefs and Assembly to provide guidance to the various levels of government by way of drafting an Indian residential school response strategy so that these horrific practices and policies were never again repeated. So I can't do that because I don't have the knowledge and the expertise in order to understand where we've been, but as well as where we're moving to, towards. And I don't have that firsthand experience, nor do I have that experience within my family. So I humbly come to you with my heart in my hand and ask you for some help. So we do have a very short and sweet slide presentation. I promise you, we're not going to dig into lunchtime because my stomach's already growling. Following our presentation, we do have a QR code for those folks who are very technologically savvy in areas of the 6 pillars of our response strategy that we would like your help with. So we can hand that out to you afterwards, or you can scan the QR code at the end of the slide presentation. We also have a big giant QR code over at our little table over there in the far corner. Also, I did see that we're going to the National Human Rights Museum, and we brought a lot of Every Child Matters shirts with us that we would love to provide to you, and maybe we can go and present ourselves in unity and protest, kind of. So we will begin our presentation. Next slide, please.
Okay, so before we begin, we do have a little bit of a trigger warning. So the following acknowledges the impacts of residential schools and may be emotionally difficult. Please take care of yourself in whatever way you need. We acknowledge and honor all direct and intergenerational survivors in the room today and those who we carry in our hearts and minds. We acknowledge the immense strength it takes to walk into spaces that are often heavy with memory, grief, and pain. Your resilience, your courage to speak, and your willingness to carry the truth forward is why we do this important work today. To those who have shared their stories, those who carry them silently, and those who support and stand beside the ones they love, we honor you. You are all warriors, protectors of truth, carriers of love, and the reason this work continues. Thank you for your strength, your wisdom, and your guidance. Next slide. That's good. Thank you.
So just a general overview of some of the residential schools within the Anishinaabe Nation. There were 18 sites across Ontario that have been identified as Indian residential schools. 7 sites exist within the NAN territory and have NAN lead communities. 5,500 is the approximate number of students who attended the schools in the NAN territory. 49 communities within NAN have been affected by the legacy of the Indian residential school. 15,000 is the approximate total from the number of students from NAN who were sent to different residential schools across the country. And 656 is the total of known deaths across Ontario to date. Next slide, please.
So this is the rationale for an IRS response strategy. So children placed in Indian residential schools endured severe and systematic harm, including spiritual, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, unethical medical experimentation, and the loss of language, culture, and identity. Many children never returned home, and those who did continue to live with the long-term social impacts which are still felt across generations. An IRS response strategy is necessary in understanding and addressing ongoing harms. It must be survivor-led so that we can work towards ensuring history never repeats itself. Through truth-telling, healing, and cultural restoration, we can honor the children who never returned, support those who carry the trauma, and ensure future generations never experience similar racist policies. Next slide, please.
So through our mandate that was received by the 49 NAN Chiefs in Assembly, we have assembled an advisory committee that used to be known as the SAFE Council, and SAFE stands for the Survivors and Family Empowerment Council. They are now known as the Niganagabewin Council, which stands for to lead the way or to stand up for something. So the Niganagabewin Council is a survivor-led initiative that does promote the inclusion of survivors and their families to create the vision of how an IRS strategy should be approached. The Council's knowledge, lived experience, and expertise as survivors of the IRS helps NAN's reclamation and healing team to move forward in an informed and a good way. The Niganagabewin Council has identified 5 pillars as the guiding principles to lead the way as we build a NAN IRS strategy Memaway together. So these pillars that we really desperately need your help with include research, education, advocacy, justice, and ground searches and technical support. Next slide, please. I guess I need next slide too. So the way that we see this initiative going is that everything starts from the ground up. So on the bottom, we have our Niganagabewin Council, which provides us with direction on the pillars of the things that we need to do in order to move forward and prevent things from happening that were similar to the IRS system. And then once they provide us with our direction and which way that they would like us to move, we then engage communities, families, and survivors as the foundation of this project in the various areas of research, education, advocacy, justice, ground searches, and technical support. So the foundation will nourish and guide the principles of the strategy, are the inclusion and ongoing input of survivors, families, communities, and of course our Niganagabowan Council. And from there, there's the work that needs to get done to help us reach those eventual goals. And then from there is how we hope to develop our IRS response strategy with input and knowledge and expertise from survivors and their families. We are also working on a project with Queen's University to ensure that once we have gathered the information and the data to move forward in a good way to create a tool that hopefully the various levels of government will actually respect, respond to, and listen to. We have engaged Queen's University to oversee it with an academic lens as well as a mental health lens. And throughout the entire strategy, we hope to weave in healing and forward-moving journeys for people. Next slide, please.
So now we're just going to go into a little bit more detail for each one of the pillars. So our first pillar is research. Research is a necessary part of the reclamation and healing journey. To move forward, we must first know where others have been. The purpose of this pillar is to ensure research is a community-centered, culturally relevant process and that is guided by local voices. The goal is that research be informative, restorative, supports healing and justice, and is built from meaningful engagement with survivors, families, and community. So the objectives of this pillar are to emphasize and engage in ethical practices, informed consent, respect, and preventing re-traumatization, improved access to historical records to support truth-telling and accountability, and support survivors and families with genealogy, identity verification, and connection to community. Next slide. So here we just have some photos of people we've worked with in research.
Who's that good-looking guy? Next slide, please. So our second pillar is education, and the late Honorable Marie St. Clair often stated that education got us into this mess, and education will get us out. There we go. I can see. The education pillar serves to promote public education and awareness, self-education, and collective responsibility to promote truth and reconciliation for subsequent generations. Guided by elders, knowledge keepers, and Indigenous community leaders, it includes land-based learning, language revitalization, and culture and identity reclamation through strong Indigenous role models. So the objectives of this pillar is to develop and share accurate, truthful, and culturally appropriate resources that are widely accessible and consistently updated. To promote age-inclusive engagement-based education that supports lifelong learning and deepens awareness. And to actively challenge denialism and dismantle harmful narratives and misinformation. Next slide, please. So in 2024, based on guidance from our Niganagabowan Council, we, in partnership with Vance Chapman Elementary School, developed a pilot program which provides age-appropriate curriculum to youth in grades JK to 8 on reconciliation, traditional healing, and the foundation of Orange Shirt Day. Next slide, please.
Okay, so the next pillar is advocacy. So real change happens when we stand together as one. Our intention is to amplify the voices of survivors, families, and communities to create a vehicle for systematic change, to advance Indigenous-led political action related to the 7 former IRSs within NAN territory and for those who were sent to schools outside the territory. It calls on all levels of government to take immediate action to dismantle existing frameworks and legal mechanisms and create change for a better future. So the objectives for this pillar are implementation of the TRC's 94 calls to action, UNDRIP, and the Office of the Special Interlocutor, Indigenous-led reparations framework, and the 42 obligations laid out in the final report. Use existing bodies and organizations such as grassroots groups and provincial territorial organizations to support Indigenous-led advocacy and action. And finally, to engage with all levels of government, nation to nation, to champion Indigenous frameworks and uphold resolutions toward true reconciliation. Next slide, please. These are just some photos of people who have helped advocate and those who are coming together to advocate at different events.
Next slide, please. I think. Okay. So the next pillar is justice, and the path to justice is different for each survivor and descendant. This holistic approach to justice is grounded in accountability and aims to be inclusive of those differences, supporting the right to lead patriation efforts, ceremonies and commemoration, etc. This approach focuses on ensuring psychological safety through trauma-informed practices, media boundaries, and community privacy. A restorative justice method that demands structural change from colonial institutions. So the objectives of this pillar it calls for all institutions to release all relevant documents and records, to take responsibility for harms associated with the Indian residential schools, Indian day schools, and any other associated institutions. Treat former IRSs, or Indian residential schools, as crime scenes and seek legal reforms to protect unmarked burials and enable dignified return of ancestors to homelands, or however each community wants to proceed in that methodology. And finally, to strengthen relationships between Indigenous communities and justice systems through systemic change that incorporate Indigenous traditional law and restorative justice. Next slide, please. So when we get together in areas like this, when we get together on the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, when we do walks and when we come together to acknowledge the past and move towards the future, these are the cornerstones of activities that help lead us through in order to make change to these kind of systems. Next slide, please.
So the final pillar is ground searches and technical support. Ground searches and related technical support can be both technically complex and emotionally painful. This approach is designed to support communities in carrying out respectful and effective searches for unmarked burials. Strong relationships with trusted partners are maintained, and translation services are available to ensure accessibility. Appropriate care is taken to support the mental health and well-being of those doing the work, as well as those who are impacted by it. So the three objectives for this pillar are equip communities with the tools, training, and expertise needed to conduct effective ground searches for unmarked burials, build long-term community capacity through sustained support, partnerships, and accessible resources, and integrate culturally grounded wellness and mental health supports to ensure trauma-informed search processes. Next slide, please. So last August, we hosted a GPR training in Thunder Bay. So we were able to bring together people and teach them about the GPR systems and teach people how to fly drones. So we have more people who are able to do these searches. Next slide, please.
So just to add a little bit to Whitney's former slide, we do have a committee that was developed, and it's called the WAC committee. So that stands for We Are Connected, and it includes different initiatives from outside the NAN territory who come together to be able to work together and support each other in whatever that means for the ground search and technical piece. So I do see some folks in the room who are part of the WAC committee. Can you raise your hands? Are you shy? I see you. So I just want to say thank you for all of the beautiful collaboration that we've been able to undergo over the past couple of years, and we look forward to more fruitful partnerships. And just looking at some of the things that our director had done. Rachel Kakagamic is the director of Reclamation and Healing with Anishinaabe Nation, and one of the things that she did was purchase ground search equipment that we would have on hand to assist other communities and other initiatives with their ground searches as well. Because I did talk to a colleague who had mentioned that ground searches cost a lot of money. So one of the things that she did was procure equipment that we could lend out. So we would you get to hang out with us, and we get to come in and chill with you for a little while, but you can still use the equipment if some of the folks who are undertaking this work for you are costly. So that is just a little bit of added information for you. So Mamaway, or Together, extensive community engagement is needed to finalize the short and long-term goals of the strategy. It's important that direction of the strategy be guided by the knowledge and expertise of survivors and their families. The NAN Reclamation and Healing Department works as a sound system to amplify the voices of survivors, families, and communities. Help us to make those voices louder. And next slide, please. I would like to say thank you so much again for bringing us into your space and allowing us this time to sit with you and have this conversation with you. As mentioned, we do have a questionnaire. We have this QR code that you can scan and fill it out, and the data comes directly to us. But we also do have paper copies for folks like me who like the old pen and paper. We do, and not to give you a little bit of bribery, but we will be, out of the people who do select or fill out the questionnaires, we'll be doing a Wheel of Names draw for some prizes as well. So Chi Miigwech for having us, and if you have any questions, please feel free to approach one of us. I know it's lunchtime, so I don't want to butt into that, but we're here to answer any questions that you have. Whitney, did you want to close?
Yeah. Yeah, same thing. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to be doing this work as a student. I'm going into my third year of university. I actually go to the University of Manitoba. I'm studying psychology. This is my second summer here at NAN as a summer student, and I'm just very grateful to be here and to be a part of this work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we got a couple of little notes here. Anybody going on the shuttle has to sign over there. There's only 28 seats available on the shuttle, but there are 40 some seats available down there, whatever it is. And you must register to go into the building. That's up to 40 some people, I guess. I don't know how many total. How many? Yeah, you got to sign in for sure if you want to go to the shuttle. It returns about 3:30. We only have a session this afternoon. So if anybody wants to do that, then we got dinner coming up here. I would like anybody for the dinner line to elders go first. And me very first. Oh, I got a machine here. That's why. Oh, this is a good one. 6 pictures of me on. Oh, you look beautiful. Oh my God! I just can't. Where were you swimming? Anyhow, it's that time of the day to go and wash your hands and get ready for lunch. And the lunch will be served here shortly. And now we're going to adjourn till we get back here, whatever time that may be, but we'll be here all afternoon. I would like to thank you and enjoy your food. If you want a song, we're going to have the drummers to do a song if you want, or it's up to you, or after, or whenever. Okay, after lunch, you'll do that's the Grassy Narrows. Holy.